are gonna be reworking weapons, so that's gonna be quite interesting to see if we get a better result. We have a couple of things on the agenda. One is the machine gun, and are gonna be reworking weapons. One is the laser gun. Let me get this chat set up here. All right. For the machine gun, we're gonna add the reload effect and try to give it a lot more damage overall. I think we're gonna be aiming for killing enemies in just like a couple of seconds, something like that. For the laser gun, we're gonna add some mechanic for overheating. And this one is the one we have to be really careful about designing so that there is no like annoying gameplay mechanic to play around. I think it's gonna be difficult. I'm trying to think whether the optimal play should be to avoid overheating or just purposely hitting it. Or if I should use another mechanic. Now I regret the naming of the node reload fire, because it's actually cooldown between bullets. But I'm very aware of what it is right now. So as long as I'm clear, I should be able to make another node with a similar name. Alright, so we're gonna need total bullet amount, and we're gonna need a reload time. And we're gonna need a reload sound. And we're gonna need a function on fire. And no, it's not when the weapon is on fire, it's every time we fire the weapon. Let's do... I'm not sure if we're gonna pass any variables. We can just say total bullets minus equals 1 for now. Then if total bullets is less or equal to 0, then we're gonna do... we're gonna need the weapon. now we're gonna have to make sure the machine gun has a is reloading node. Okay, it doesn't exist already, good. Is weapon reloading. Cool, false. Or is it reloading, perhaps? You can also do a reload button as an unhandled event. Since you're making a multiplayer game, we should make sure that this only triggers when the player controlling this player character. Only when he presses a reload it actually happens. We do that by a setting. Process unhandled key input to multiplayer get unique ID equal to their name. I'm surprised it allowed us to do that because we haven't clarified what the player is yet. Okay. I'm seeing here earlier we did similar thing, but we did the int of the player name. I'm guessing that one is a string, which makes sense. I'm just copying earlier code so I don't have to look it up for the unhandled key input. Mine. I wonder if we used that key. I don't think so. I'm quite confident we can turn that one off. Changed how lock-on works. I don't think we're gonna need it. J and K for now. Have them out of the way. Now let's do mass pickup on E. To interact on F. jump we don't really use. Jetpack up we use. Okay. Good to know we can use the same key binding for 2 actions. So did we call it weapon reload or reload weapon? Reload weapon we called it, okay. Let's do weapon reload. It seems this list is sorted alphabetically, and if we add more things for the weapon, it's good to have them all in one place, I suppose. Ah, it's not alphabetically, never mind. Move it around as we want. Okay. Can we make like groups here? I don't think so. Can we make groups and what are these settings called? Key bindings, input map. Didn't seem like it. Yo, Palm. Yeah, I'm usually I'm up this early every day. Yesterday was exception, but I do usually do like a game dev course or work a little on Steam and stuff like that in the morning. It's rare that I do game dev so early. How are you doing, man? For me, it's 6:44 right now. I'm Central European time. I'm not quite sure where the line goes, but actually in UK there's only 1 hour difference from Norway, so it's quite wide. Norway is large, but it's very skinny. Ah, so Finland is the next line, okay. So it's Finland and it's somewhere in between UK and Norway that the next line is. Yeah, I'm gonna try to rework the reload, make a reload on the machine gun, and also a mechanic for the laser gun. Not sure if I'm gonna use overheating or reload or something else, but yeah. Don't really need to RPC this thing. Just let the player client control everything here. You have a debriefing to write after a meeting from yesterday. Ah, okay. Hope to get time to work on my characters after work. Starting to get there. Fingers left on the hands and the eyes and a bit of polishing. Hope it will be a good result in the end. Characters are difficult, man. Props to you for making it work. That's what I heard anyways. So on Fire, probably the server is gonna run this. I'm surprised if this works. Can I actually set the variable based on the player name, and the player name is also an export? Or do I have to do it in ready? I'll just do it in ready right away. Why not? You're also new to Godot. That's no problem, man. I'm gonna check if I can call it without an RPC call from the clients when there's authority on the RPC itself. also when the server calls it, he should send it to the controlling peer ID. Now, hold on a minute. If this... If I send it only to the player, the server is not going to be updated with the... I have to update the server when the reload is done at least. Okay, I think I know how I'll do it. I'll control everything on the server for the reload, but when the server starts or ends reloading, he's gonna inform the client on this script. And then where am I gonna do the sound effects and animations? Probably here. So either if we have already the full magazine, or we are already reloading, we skip the reload. So do the players have to know about is reloading actually? Maybe not. So any player can call reload weapon on the server. But of course, the unhandled key input here, which triggers reload weapon on the server, is only called by the player controlling this character. Now, if we're going to display the remaining bullets somewhere, then the player has to know how many bullets is left. This can be synchronized or it can be RPC code. Yo, Rebelcraft! Hi again! Glad to see you here. I'm good. I'm just started scripting how to reload the machine gun now. And I'm trying to puzzle in my head how it works in multiplayer. Palm, have you set music and sound effects on different channels so you can raise and lower them individually in a settings menu? Yes, I do have 2 audio buses. Yeah. I haven't made a menu to increase or decrease the volume in game yet. So how are you, Rebelcraft? What are you up to today? How do you find Godot after 90 days? Do you have experience with any other engine? I think I spent maybe a bit more than 400 hours in Unity on my first game, and that is most of my programming and engine experience. And Godot I find a little easier to use than Unity, in my personal opinion. It's nice to just do like quick changes, and like if I want to start the game here, I have a lot of loading going on. But yeah, let's see, print as reloading RPC. It doesn't really work well. And I'm editing stuff, I guess. But when you wanna start up the game in Godot, it's basically instant. What made you want to switch? I'm completely new to game dev, so I didn't want to lock down on a single engine right away. Also, Godot is open source, so I thought since it seemed to fit my next game pretty well, if the game ended up making a lot of money, it would also be a benefit to have it on Godot, because they don't take royalties, you know. It was like a mix of wanting to try something new and economics, yeah. And of course, a little because Brakis made videos on it. Brakis was the one that made me use Unity in the first place, and Brakis started making videos on Godot, which made the switch very natural for me. Alright, Palm. Talk to you later, man. Thanks for stopping by. Rebelcraft, you're new to game dev as well. Interesting. You watched the same videos from Brachis, and the second tutorial was surprisingly doable for you. Nice. Yeah, he's very good at teaching. You're learning how to make game assets and have been trying to choose which engine to familiarize yourself with. And you do like Godot, but it seems the industry prefers Unity and Unreal Engine. Yeah, I suppose Unreal, like Godot is like a very new model, but it's catching up, and you will see games like Slay Spire, for example, after Unity made some bad decisions 2 or 3 years ago, then Slay Spire 2 was created in Godot. They transferred the entire game to Godot, which was a huge task in itself, I believe. But every engine has its own like strengths and weaknesses. So you always just have to pick your engine based on the type of game you want to make. Slay Spire 2. Slay Spire 2. This one. It's a massive game. But of course you can just do games made in Godot, right? And you can have a look. And then you can do games made in Unity. You'll probably, like you say, you'll see more like larger titles, probably more AAA studios use it as well. Megabunk was made in Unity. But if you're gonna make a game, you can explain the premise to an AI and like ask which engine might fit and why, and then you can just do a quick search for yourself to like double check that the information is correct regarding the strengths of the engine, and yeah, unless there's like a real problem with that you really don't want to use a specific language or something in programming, then the engine is just chosen based on the type of game you make. But let's say that you have a game you want to make which seems to be flipping between Unity or Godot being the best engine, then I would choose the one that doesn't take your royalties, you know? It's a personal preference. I'm aiming for similar aesthetics to Schedule 1, and the AI reckons Unreal Engine, but it's always worth a second opinion. Isn't that kind of low graphic 3D? It wouldn't be surprising if you can do those aesthetics in Unreal Engine or Godot, to be honest. But I don't know. Well, this AI is gonna answer based on my experience. It's a question from a viewer, so don't take my experience into account. Does this change your answer? But yeah, for a game like that, after the experience I have right now, I would probably create it in Godot, because I like Godot the best. This AI suggest Unity. It is a type of game you can make in all three of the engines, I believe. But yeah, this is like the upside of Unreal is really good graphics, right? You can easily make like a game that looks pretty, like realistic. But the downside of Unreal is like dealing with the performance issues, and maybe it's more. I haven't made anything in Unreal, but it might be a bit harder to code certain things or something. I'm not sure. It uses like a blueprint system, but you can also script on top. And I looked at it a little. It looked a little confusing. Yeah. So, in my opinion, you should consider Unity or Godot. But Up to you, of course. I think a game with kind of similar looks that I played recently was Are We There Yet? That was made in Unreal. It is hilarious. Yeah. Yeah. Personally, I don't think Unreal fits the schedule one aesthetics the best, but I'm pretty sure you can use any engine, so it's what you prefer. Yeah, exactly. That kind of game, I would say, is a lot up to personal preference. Even though lower graphic 3D games does usually lean more towards Unity, and maybe lately Godot, but usually Unity is lower graphic 3D. Godot is king of 2D games, but I'm making 3D games in Godot now, and I like it. And they have gotten far on 3D as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see some 3D titles coming out soon from Godot. You saw a few 3D games from Godot, but it's still only early days. The game I'm working on is Omnicore. It's a bit like Dome Keeper, but in 3D. So I made this Tengen Gurren Lagann drill yesterday. It's kind of funny. You go down here and you mine for resources. And those resources you will like bring back to the surface here. I don't know if I'm gonna keep this cauldron or whatever, but place them in here, get some money. I'm just gonna cheat some money in, and then you can buy upgrades here. Sample a stronger pickaxe. And you see on top right, there's a wave timer. So you're gonna be fighting waves of enemies with weapons you buy. Over here. And that's the game loop basically. And that's all the content in the game so far. There's a few enemy types, which is very simple and doesn't use a model or anything. So what I'm gonna add later is stuff like special rooms and events down in the mine. So you will be able to find like special upgrades, which changes each run basically. So you will have some unique experience every time. Basically some interesting upgrades that tweaks the gameplay. Yeah, thank you. I spent a bit of time on the drill, and especially the rocks as well. And what I did is I looked a little at how the breaking of rocks looks in Minecraft and Hytale, since I'm using these squares. And then I recreated some of it. I don't think either of the games uses these falling things when the block breaks. Sure. But like the wobbling is from Hytale. The sparks out is from Hytale. The cracks is from both games, Hytale and Minecraft. While the sound on it might exist in Minecraft, but it's actually Domekeeper that inspired that part. Yeah, I'm glad you like it. Thanks, man. Yeah, I'm trying to make like a slice of the game, like a demo, which is like semi-polished, so I can have someone test my game and see what is fun and what is not fun, stuff like that. After VFX, I'm probably gonna have to look at some modeling in Blender. I tried it like barely with the drill and the tornado effect around the drill. Those are made in Blender. But I used tutorials while I did those, and Blender is like a very steep learning curve. It has a lot of hotkeys, and it's like a bit difficult to get into, but it's definitely one of the better softwares for 3D modeling, I'm pretty sure. I should learn it. Yeah, absolutely, I'm aiming to release it on Steam. In fact, in January I got support from the government to do 1 year of game dev, so optimally I would release it before January next year, so so I would be able to like continue working full time from that point. But I might need more time. I think you can actually search it on Steam. If you want to have a look at how it looks right now, it's there. But it's you can wishlist it if you want, if you think it looks good. But as you can see here in the images, like the models and everything is currently very simple, you know? I have to do a lot of work on those. It's multiplayer as well, by the way. You're also a few months into Blender, yeah. When I'm doing Blender, it's like, I don't know what's going on. Even though I'm following a tutorial, I'm messing everything up. But I need practice, I guess. We add that if we are reloading, we don't allow the weapon to fire. Here. You wishlisted it. Thank you, my man. That's probably the second wishlist I got. Very cool. Only wishlist it if you think it looks okay though, and you have some belief it can turn out okay. I'm very happy to get wishlists. My last game that I made was like my tutorial game. Like I knew nothing about game dev or making games. And I think over the course of 1 year I ended at like 200 wishlists, which was mostly from Next Fest on Steam. So I should do a better job at like growing the wish lists when I make this game, especially since this is actually going to be a proper game instead of just like a game to learn. I'm following a course from a guy called Thomas Brush on YouTube. Learning a little bit on how to grow social media and wish lists, so I should start working on that as soon as possible. The movement and base looks good. You want to see where it ends up? I'm happy to hear that. I think my last game only had walking and or like running and jumping, and I really feel like it's could be more fun to just have like a dash or like ability of some sort, you know, to press on top of that. it's a little too simplistic. That's why in this game currently you have the jetpack, which you can drive around, but I do want to make some abilities that you press on top, such as like a boost for a limited time, or like a massive launch of missiles from your missile launcher with a cooldown, which like feels really good to use, you know? Things like that. A little like Risk of Rain 2. Like 4 buttons or something that is good to press. I can imagine I want at the end. Okay, so we should have the reload pretty much set up, I think. If we look at the weapon reload here. Currently we have 15 bullets and a 3-second reload time. Am I confident with combat mechanics? Yo, Pumpkin. What's up, man? If you ask if I'm confident making combat mechanics, then it's like in between yes and no. I think I can do it. If you mean like my current weapons and stuff, then it's pretty okay. I just need to make the weapons models and tweak their damage and have them feel good to use, you know? So, Pumpkin, what am I doing? Well, I'm making a basically 3D dome keeper with a few tweaks, you know? So it's a mining roguelike survival, where you go down here and you mine some resources, which you bring back to the base. And then you use your money to like buy upgrades for your drill and such. And when you go deeper, you'll find like different types of resources, like bronze, silver and gold, stuff like that, you know. And then every couple of minutes or something, you will have to fight waves of enemies which arrive. It looks nice. Thank you, bro. Appreciate that. It is only my second game, so it's I'm still a bit of a newbie when it comes to creating games, but I'm having fun with it. You can play it in multiplayer as well, which I really like. Haven't made a multiplayer before, so that's really fun. So yeah, today we're working on the machine gun here. It's supposed to have a reload. currently, I think we're getting ready to apply it actually, so we could try it. What we have to do is when we fire, this is run by the server. We update the bullets. Need the reference to the reload node. Like that. And then weapon reload. Update bullets remaining -1. You know what kind of minerals are underneath? Charcoal or gold? So far, I have iron on the top layers, bronze when you get a little deeper, silver, and then gold. Those are the 4 minerals available right now. But I do have a system which makes it quite easy to add more mineral types and like balance their values and such. So there might be more. Also, there's like the ground gets a different color and it gets like harder to mine when you go deeper, but also the minerals get heavier and worth more when they drop. So that's the current mechanics. And then later on I want to add special rooms to the mine where you have things like old alien tech or whatever you can find and bring back to get special upgrades for your current run, which could, for example, be a machine which delays the next wave, so you get more time to mine, or it could be a teleporter which brings you to the bottom of the mine every time you go back up, or something like that, you know. You can make a lot of different things, but special rooms. Yep. Bullets remaining, and that's actually everyone should get the update here. So that's why we do RBC that one. And we also want to update bullets remaining when the reload is done. Reloading, bullets remaining, RPC, max bullets. Do you know what kind of... sorry, I reread that. I'm thinking in a robot which can help to mine in a specific area. Just an idea. Yeah, absolutely, that's a good idea. I do consider making something like that, and in fact the game which is like a huge inspiration to this one, called Dome Keeper, also has like a little robot which helps you dig. It also has like a drill which goes in the middle of the mine as an upgrade and digs down for you so that you get the depth automatic. So your ID is right on point. It is it was successfully implemented in a similar game, so so the weapon reload should go here. Let's see, I am allowed to fire endlessly right now. Let's have a look what actually happened. Okay, so we're setting it. Yeah, that's not gonna fly. I think what we have to do is do current bullets equal max bullets when we reload. And then whenever we change current bullets, we can use like a set function. What that means is every time we are going to change the value of current bullets, everything in this set function is gonna run. And here we can say updates bullets remaining RPC current bullets. What does this mean? This means if the server tells us we have one less bullet, so for example now we have 13 bullets, I'm gonna say bullets we have now is 13, and then it's gonna let all the players know through RPC, which is like multiplayer messages, that we now have 13 bullets. Okay, let's see if that works. Need to go to the machine gun, and instead of updating bullets remaining, we do current bullets minus equals 1. See if that works. You're working on a 2D game also, so I'm not so involved in 3D also in Godot. Ah, that's fine, man. 2D is like the preferred choice of people working in Godot usually. Even though I prefer 3D myself. So 2D game in Godot is a good idea. Check for infinite recursion. Yeah, true. Shouldn't call this local. What is the flag which is not called local? I don't want the RPC call local. What's the flag? I think I can just skip it like this though. Not sure. Call remote it is, okay. Let's have a look now if that was better. They're still firing continuously with no problem. What we can do here is print bullets remaining, value, okay, so it goes below 0. Where is this? On fire. Yeah, that one we don't call, right? That's where we set max bullets minus equals 1. It should be current though. Current bullets. And now we're getting there, I think. So here, weapon reload. On the fire. This only runs on the server, yes. Okay, now it works. But there is a bug here. Let's see. Weapon reload update is not allowed by selected mode. True. So for the server, if the server is controlling the player, then he shouldn't tell himself how many bullets he has, because he already knows. I guess is the ID there. Yeah, that fixed the error. Remember to take some breaks. Yeah, true. I do usually get a little exhausted and then like burn out and then take a break, which is not a good idea. All right. I can also reload anytime I want, which is good. Now we have to make sure it works in multiplayer as well. Here there's some errors. Spawner mesh. Machine gun. Right. Clients should not call this part. That got rid of one of the bugs. Where are the other ones? So it might be that this one is trying to be set too early. And also, it just has to be set on the server. Okay, so set of bullets called a third fixed it, and that means that there was a timing issue where basically the server was telling the client how many bullets he had before the client was even spawned in, you know? Still one error here. Update bullets remaining. Oh, the authority of this node is set on to be the player. Why? I think it inherits the ownership from the machine gun node here. It's my fault from not knowing how multiplayer works in the beginning. I can either allow any peer to call these, or I can set the multiplayer server as the authority here. Specifically, so the counting works, but there is errors. The errors on this guy? No. So the multiplayer has errors. Update bullets remaining. Expected 1 argument, but called with 0. Bullets. Update bullets remaining. With this one. And I don't have to call update bullets remaining here actually. Because it's called when I set the value now. True. Okay. Okay, that fixes all the errors. Let's just make sure they have different numbers for 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 0, 15, 14, 3, 2, 1. Yeah. It's working now. Always a good idea to test with 3 players when you're doing multiplayer, because sometimes things works with 2 players but not with 3. And that error, I just clicked the host button by accident. That doesn't matter. Okay. Yeah, pumpkin, so maybe I should take a break now. How long has it been? A couple of hours soon? Okay. Maybe a 10-minute break, 15-minute break is good. Take a quick walk. And then in 2 more hours or something, I can take like a little lunch break or something, have a bit of food. I think that's good. Is anyone hyped for Path of Exile 2 this evening? I don't know if you guys are gamers or just game developers, but Path of Exile 2 patch 0.5 drops tonight. 10 p.m. for Central European time. And it's like a huge patch. Biggest patch of Path of Exile 2 yet. see. We do tools, 15-minute break. Okay. So I'll see you guys. Thank you for the good luck, Pumpkin. Throw in a little subscription if you want to see how it looks after 100 days. I'll probably make a video then of the progress for the first 100 days. So, but the game itself might take another half a year or a year. I'll work at it. Thank you for the good luck, and I'll be back in 15 minutes. Yeah. Yo, Void Branch. You tuned into a chair scripting stream, that's correct. Oh, now I'm back, so it's back to a normal stream now. You like my little flash from Zootropolis? Or what is it called? Sloth? My little sloth. Eee. Hey Flash. You wanna be on stream as well, huh? He's got the same energy as you. Yeah, me too, man. Me too. Alright, so we got the machine gun reload down. We should have a sound effect for it, and we could do something like when we reload, we could have like a bar next to the crosshair that shows like the progress of the reload, like a visual. We could also use like a radial progress bar, which is like a circle basically that fills up on the sides here until basically like a WoW cooldown icon. We do got some options for how to visually show the reload. I think the sides of the crosshair is the best, even though it's not the easiest. I guess for now, at least we could do like a rectangular box which then fills up like this. That would actually just be a progress bar. So that's a good idea. Yes. For a sound effect, we could try to look at free sound. Is that the name? Reload. And then we have to spare your ears, of course, to make sure the volume is low.
Reload. Reload.
Okay, so this one could work. Remember M4? I think this is a door opening sound on old Minecraft. Could work. Could be added as a final sound to the M4. This sound has a good length and everything, but I don't know if it's the best sound. Well, we might have to tweak the sound based on the animation we make eventually anyway, so let's just go with this one for now. It's Creative Commons 0, but we're still gonna give attribution because why not, right? So it needs to be approximately -12 most of the time at least. Let's do. Okay, so that makes this part okay, but this part very quiet. So I think we can do this part at -10. Then we can do this part. -6. And this part at -4. whatever. How do we save it? It is Control Shift E, but this is trying to take over. Okay, export to computer, browse. 12 decibels. New folder, weapon reload. And let's just save the sound file as well. Okay, game dev, 12 decibel sounds, reload. Shield, shattering, shield. Okay, weapon reload. You want the valve file. You also want separate folder for this. You have to close it here, I guess. Is it still open somewhere? Yep, cancel. Go away. But I guess it was temporary files. This is a valve and this is project file. Okay. New text document. Attribution. Okay. We do this. You can just copy the attribution text from Freesound right here. This one. Okay. Actually, it's not machine gun specific. It's look, scenes, player. Weapons. Modeler. Sound effects. Info reload. Are actually, it is machine gun specific, this sound. Okay, now we can go this one, this, and try it out. Oh, I forgot to add it to the tree. Okay. Set up sound effect, blah, blah, blah. Let's actually turn down the music since we have music on the computer, right? Okay, so it's fine, but the fire duration is a little low, so let's do 32 rounds. That. So it feels a little long, maybe. So what we can do is get the project file here. Okay, so without destroying the pitch, we can just actually reduce the time like this. And then re-export it, audio, for the computer, browse, this one, and for reload, shorter 2.2 seconds. Not sure if I can use dots in the name. Let's try it. Short, and then we do this one. Is it in here? Then we reduce reload time to 2.3 seconds. Okay. And again, the reload sound might change in the future based on the animation. So let's try to get the reload bars on screen. Is the crosshair here? Yeah. What's the difference between a texture and a progress? just do a progress bar. Okay, here it is. Now, how do I make it correctly on the screen on different resolution? I think we place it under control, which sits at the middle of the screen. And then bottom to top. Actually, with the texture one, can we do stuff like make it glow and stuff, or no? I can definitely change the texture when it's done, for example. Change the color underway, you know. So if we do the position by the pixels, then it's gonna be wrong on certain resolutions. You probably want to do something like script setting the position based on the resolution or something. I wonder why it's not visible yet. It's just super skinny or something. I said fill mode bottom to top. Width 30 pixels. I don't know. Why isn't it changing though? Is it because of the control messing with it? No. Okay. fill mode. Bottom to top, yeah. There's something right here. This gradient. Can we do 2D like that? I don't know why, but this progress bar is clearly missing the layer underneath. Let's see if it looks good in game. And then make scripts for them, I guess. All right. maybe I can do reload bars like that. Then do left reload bar. Right. All reload bars. Okay. This way we can also position reload bars on the ready. Just set up reload bars. Then position reload bars left. Then local position. I think so. The idea is that we can set up these based on the screen size eventually. Or reload bar. Okay. The server is running the reload, so this should probably be RPC called. Even though the max value, yeah. Sure. What value? I'm not sure which one you're talking about, but the position of the reload bars, which should be next to the crosshairs, I should get their X values based on the screen resolution, so that they're not too far apart or too close to each other on lower or high resolutions. It doesn't exist yet. Lame. Yo, Luis Liguer. Welcome. How are you, man? Day 92 already, indeed. What are my thoughts on Godot? I think Godot is great, man. I had an easier time to connect scripts together, elements like nodes together in Unity. I might have learned some since then, but I think it felt easier. I like the language better. Yeah, it's looking good, thank you. Struggling to fix these reload bars on the side, but this game is a bit like Dome Keeper, if you know that one. It's a game where you go mining, and then you buy upgrades once you get money from the stuff you bring home. And you buy weapons to defend your base from waves every like 2 or 3 minutes. For example, this machine gun here. Yeah, it's gonna be quite a challenge to balance all the waves and weapons and upgrades and everything. Economy. But I'm sure it will be a fun game to make. Yeah, it's gonna be multiplayer. So yeah, maybe it was a bit too ambitious for a second project since I don't really know much about programming, but here we are. I am quite deep into it already, so. don't understand what's going on here. Why is it not going invisible? Your code looks clean. Can't believe you already did this in 92 days. You know the drill. Good one. Yeah. Well, I did the code is of course not optimal since I've been learning as I go. So, for example, the multiplayer setup, the authority and such is like a bit bad on the things I programmed early in the project compared to now, which makes everything not hang together as it should. Fit together as it should. P2P is that peer-to-peer. And multiplayer replication is a nightmare. Most indie and solo devs avoid multiplayer games because of that. Yeah, it's been a bit difficult, and I spent a couple of weeks to understand the basics of it, and even then I didn't understand everything, so I probably still don't understand everything. Okay, so the reload bar value is never set higher than 2, even though we give it the value of 2.3. So that's the problem. Wonder why that is. The max value is 2.3. The value we're trying to set is 2.3. But the value after it's been set is only 2. So here we can also see at this point it wasn't set either. But the next frame it got set. We try doing it in physics process. No, that didn't change anything. Is it an integer or something strange? Float, float, float. Maybe ChatGPT will know what's going on here. Ask. this will be too much text. Pick some examples here. So it changes at 0.5. It becomes 1. So it rounds up to 1. Same here. Yeah. Seems to be rounding to the closest int. You think I used a lot of GPT today, Stole90? I think today is one of the days I use the least GPT, to be honest. Should probably use it more for simple stuff. Texture progress bar overrides step to 1.0, so even though value is a float, the bar only accepts values like 0, 1, or 2. Range step causes the value to round to multiples of step. Okay, so there's a step value in here somewhere. We can do that to 0.1 then. I'll have to do that on both of them actually. Let's see. So one of them is working now, that one. Now we did this one. I should probably also limit the max value by the same step. So I don't accidentally set like 2.35 in the future. Yeah, I guess something like this will work, but it's not looking very good though. They're too simple, they don't fit. think I need to do something else. Before I give up on it though, I do kind of want to check with a bit of different textures. For example, do like a bit of a gray background here. Then we fill it with the I don't know. Yo, Swab. Yo, Profix, what's your question? Well, it looks better at least. Maybe one of those would be fine. Your games say left something something and right something something. What if I don't know the difference? I believe the left and right is only in code, so I don't think you have to read it. Reload bar position, does that mean I cannot reload if I don't know? Well, luckily for you, this is all behind the scenes in the code. You don't have to worry about it. You just have to shoot your gun. Code takes care of the rest. Swob is hallucinating. Yeah, I have YouTube chat open as well as Twitch chat, so it might seem that way. It might seem that way. YouTube ain't real? I don't know. I think it is. hide this one and only do the right one. How will that look? It's better, I think, but still kind of ugly. For now though, is it better than just relying on the sound? Maybe. 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 Let me go over to Twitch and rewind the stream by 1 minute to see something again. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work, mate. Only YouTube allows that. But YouTube seems to often have a bit of a delay on the stream compared to Twitch, which is, but I don't know how much. If there's only a few seconds or if it's more. So there's positives of both, I guess. Positives and negatives. So let's change the damage of the weapon to make it so that we kill enemies really fast. Instead of having a few healthy enemies that takes like forever to shoot down. We should have like more enemies that are easy to kill. Hello. You can rerun the stream on Twitch? Thought that was only a thing on VODs. Subs can rewind, the new feature. Oh, really? Hey, thank you for the follow, Indigon. I appreciate that. How are you today, man? Are you hyped for the Path of Exile 2 expansion tonight? 0.5, the biggest expansion yet. Wow. Finally, we might get a proper end game. Ooh. Exciting. Man, I'm not gonna get any viewers again today, am I? What do you mean? Are you without because Path of Exile 2 is out. Yeah, true. At least watching from 10 p.m. Central European time. That's when the what is it, like a stream from Path of Exile goes live. I can lurk in your channel while I've been while I'm watching. You've been streaming to mostly 0 people. Yeah, streamer life be tough, man. Especially like a variety streamer. I feel like if I ever watch variety streamers, it's because they used to stream something else that I watched regularly and then they swapped it up and I continued watching. Because, yeah. There used to be people coming when you programmed. I see. Yeah, I don't know. If you're sticking to a regular schedule and still not getting viewers, it might be like the variety content is what I would guess. I might have 2 or 3 people coming back, and it's probably because I do the same thing every time. Building audience first on TikTok and YouTube and then move on to Twitch. It's a possibility. I see. Yeah, it's rough. Not easy to make it work, man. Most people don't, like including me. I appreciate having a couple people come by from stream to stream, but it's like just nice company while I'm working, you know. It's not a lot of audience either. Twitch is bad at finding low viewer streamers and low viewer categories, yeah. When you do game development, I feel like one thing that might help you from time to time is that you have like this culture of people rating each other with low streamers. So you have like people with like 5 to 20 viewers that keep rating each other at the end of each stream, you know, which carries the audience, I guess, a little bit. Three raids, well, it's not too bad. I probably just had like 3 or 4 raids myself, and mostly from people I raided 5 or 6 times myself. Get 1 raid back, you know. I know Asmongold talked a bit about how he started out, and it was a lot about just rewatching his own streams and like trying to figure out how he could be like more entertaining. So yeah, I guess if you actually want to make a streaming career, I guess you'll have to do something like that. I don't really mind that much about the streaming. I do it to have some company while I work, but if I wanted to be like really growing my channel, then I would probably do 4-hour streams instead and like rewatch them and try to figure out how I could be more entertaining, to be honest, because I know I'm not very entertaining. Yeah, Discord communities might be a good idea. I stopped by a community of Norwegian streamers when I released my last game, and they were really close knit. They were like 20 people or something in the community, and yeah, I suppose that really helps to get the viewers up to like a number of like 5-10 viewers, and once you have that, you might have a bit more discoverability on certain things at least. better than 0, to put it like that. For me, for example, for Swoby games, yeah, indie game dev communities are a good one. Yep. Yeah. You can't develop every stream, that's true. If you do a full-time dev job as well and you're like exhausted from it. So your main streams are games then? And your off streams are programming. So your main audience is going to be people that likes watching variety games, since you play different types of games, right? So that's the kind of community streamers that you should look for. Discord communities or whatever. People that share variety streaming of games. It's been forever since I did some balancing on any weapons. I think I had an Excel sheet or something. See, swappy games, sheets. Alright, found something. This one I used to do. I sent the chat messages here. Well, there's definitely a decline, but there's also like July or something is higher, and it's also a little spiky in the beginning of November, December or something. Other than that, it's like from the middle of the year until the end of the year, it's a bit lower than the start of the year on average as well. You had some really good months in the start of the year, I see. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know how to make variety streaming work. I don't know how to make, well, maybe I could get a slightly higher viewership if I went all in to trying to figure it out, I suppose. But even with a single focus, it's still hard, you know? It is. We should try to figure out what damage we aim for. I would say we aim for like 100 damage per second. At that point, normal enemies will die in 1 second with headshots, and armored enemies will die in 6 seconds. Which is still kind of much, but the armored enemies shouldn't really arrive the first waves. Usually, they just do now because I'm testing them. So I think 20 DPS might be a good starting point. So just base damage of 20 and add 20 per level or something. And then for now, I want to try and not decrease the fire rate per level, instead keep the fire rate the same. Then I don't have to worry about how reload time works with fire rate and stuff like that. So I put the base fire rate to 0.1. How does it feel on 0.2? Is it too slow? Because it could feel like a more heavy hitting gun. It doesn't have to be like a super fast machine gun. So it's like just tweaking the fire rate makes it feel like a more heavy hitting weapon, basically. Maybe something like 0.25 is the sweet spot for like a heavy hitting, but still not too slow. And there's some advantages to having it heavy hitting. Like it feels better to have like the bigger numbers, and it's like all the visual effects and stuff as well. Like you don't have to worry about spawning 100 per second, for example. feels a little off when you spam it. Does it? Maybe increase the impact even more with the heavy hitting weapon. So 0.25, that's 4 seconds, 4 shots a second. If I want 100 damage per second, that's 25 damage per shot. Let's tweak the enemy spawner and just spawn the first wave straight away. Let's do... at least armored and basic, I guess. I mean, feels a little better. Still tough to get it just right. Yeah, for the... it feels better like this though, for sure. And for the weapon upgrades, I'm thinking the first unlock of the weapon doesn't have to be expensive, and it might even be like one weapon you start with based on your last choice or whatever I'm gonna tie to. But like every weapon upgrade, I think I'm gonna have quite expensive so that I can make it really meaningful. Like either have a big change on how the weapon functions, like giving the laser bounces so it goes between enemies, or like having new visuals and like a massive increase in damage when you get the weapon unlocked, so it feels, so you can really feel that you got the upgrade, you know. Maybe we can say we're done with the reload of the machine gun now. and start thinking about laser more. So visualizing the ramp of the laser. Again, it could be done with like a visual next to the crosshair. But I shouldn't use these ugly progress bars. I should probably create a simple asset. Maybe find an asset. So we might be able to like tweak crosshair to fit our needs, but I'm gonna have a look at the crosshairs from Gunfire Reborn and how they do it. So I think they have pretty good crosshairs. this is probably a special one. Maybe not. Yeah, even on the hardest difficulty, things here die so fast. I don't think it's good that the armored enemies lives for like 6 seconds. I just have to make sure it's possible to upgrade your weapon before they arrive, I guess. I don't know. So the on hit marker is quite a lot larger than what I use. My hit marker is almost same size as crosshair. A little larger, but not much. The crosshairs do change a little from weapon to weapon. The movement is very fast. And you have a dash. This is a circle. So what weapon would be similar to the laser? I don't know. I think, to be honest, as soon as I have the weapon visible and an animation for the reload, I'm not gonna need the reload meter next to the crosshair anymore. It's just for now, while I can't see the weapon, then it's nice to have some indication of like when the weapon is done reloading on screen. Yeah. And it goes for it. There always an option for a green zone on your reload bar. So if people click right, they reload faster. Then it does have a purpose. Yeah, good idea. I could have it on certain weapons, like for one weapon type that has like a low ammunition count, high power shot or something. Yeah, that's an option. But yeah, for the laser as well, it's a bit the same. Like when you can visually see the laser heating up and like reaching a breaking point, then you don't really need a visual next to the crosshair anymore. Wonder if maybe I could make the crosshair itself turn more red and maybe glow a little on max ramp of the laser. It's time. I was feeling it. I'm getting a bit woozy in the head, a little tired, and it is a bit past lunchtime. In 4.5 hours now. So what I could do is take a little break and think about this, and then have a little discussion with ChatGPT of what kind of visuals are possible with the existing crosshair in terms of colors and emission and things like that, and then decide what I'm gonna do for the laser to show the RAM. And I'll also have to think a little bit about how the overheating should work exactly. Anyways, thanks for watching so far, guys. I'll do at least a couple of hours more after the break. So I'll see you guys in a bit. Yo, yo, yo. Cone, streaming for 4+ hours and only having one break. I did actually have a 15-minute break earlier, but I try to not break all the time. I try to treat it a little like a normal workday, you know? So we're working on the laser now, next. And I thought about the crosshair thing. It is scripted, right? So the question is, it uses rectangles, I think, color rectangles, yeah? I don't know if color rectangles has things like emission. Probably not. They do have material, so then they can have emission, I suppose. You just found my channel, Cone. Very cool. Did it pop up on your feed, or did you search for Godot game dev, or how did you find it? It's such a small channel. So since color rectangles has a material slot, it might be able to get emission, light mode. For you page, cool. Ah, you are watching a lot of small creators, I see. Yeah, then it makes sense, I guess. See, maybe ChatGPT knows a little about what opportunities we have with a color rectangle. Our crosshair uses 4 times color rectangle. Is it possible to add emission to them? And how about gradually turning them red from one side to the other? Either we could use a gradient or script for a texture, I suppose. So we have a laser gun with ramping damage, and want to illustrate the percentage ramped in range 0 to 1 on the crosshair itself. I think that will look fine. The only thing I'm a bit worried about is that it might take away the how easy it is to see when you kill an enemy, where you get a red hit marker. That could be an issue. We'll see. So I could change the color of the rectangles only and have them turn more and more red. But I think it would be slightly better if we had a red. Preferably with emission. That goes outwards. Do you have a streaming schedule or do you just hit stream? Well, I'll try to stream 8 AM Central Eastern Time to 2 PM, something like that, right? 8 to 14. But like yesterday, I started at 10, and today I started at 6. So I'm not that reliable, unfortunately, but I try to be on at 8 AM. Are you a gamer, Cone, or what's your hobbies? You play games, okay. Started playing The Lies of P not so long ago. The Lies of P, is that the full title or is it the short one? Oh, it's a full title. Oh, cool, it has mechs as well. I was thinking my game would use mechs as well, actually. This is Souls-like, maybe? Looks a little like that. This image reminds me of Thomas Broch's new game that is unleashing, which is like Twisted Tower. Bit of the same art. Yeah, it looks really beautiful, right? It is the Souls-like, yeah. Sekiro, I see. Yeah, it looks cool, man. Are you interested in Path of Exile 2? I know I'm very excited for tonight when they are gonna release patch 0.5, the biggest patch in Path of Exile 2 yet. They're gonna reveal it at 10 PM on Twitch. Very excited about that. The shader would work, yeah? Yep, we give the RAM percentage from a script. Oh, you don't know about Path of Exile. I see. Well, the old Path of Exile game was too complicated for new players to get into, so it never really grew. And Path of Exile 2 is now got a very big player base, especially at each expansion, or league as they call it. It's like Diablo 3, 4. Or yeah, action RPG, right? It's actually a bit Souls-like as well. compared to other action RPGs, like very hard bosses and mechanics, and you got to dodge their shit or you're dead. Really fun. Do you know anything about programming and like game development and stuff like that? This looks pretty good. I'm thinking maybe the brightness could really pop off when the charge reaches maximum. The ramp of the laser is max. It turns red at first slowly, but once it's completely red, then it glows up, like now it's fully charged. All you know about programming is a variable, an if statement, and mathematical functions, and that's it. Yeah, that's pretty much programming. So these shaders in games, they are crazy. How they work, shaders, they are used to color game objects and do things like output cracks on surfaces and stuff, right? And they're very cheap, but the crazy thing is that they go through every single pixel in the texture on the screen, every single frame. So if you have 60 frames and you have a object with like 1,000 pixels, which is not very much, then you have 1,000 pixels to go through 100 times per second. So that object alone, this entire script here is gonna run like 100,000 times in 1 second, which is like insane, right? Computers are crazy, bro. That's what I would think as well. But shaders run on the GPU, and GPU use like parallel processing, so they do like tasks simultaneously. So it is actually very performant. Strangely enough, they're able to pull it off. Yo, Void Branch, you're still here. Thought you left when I had lunch break. Welcome. Yeah, it is crazy. But I was thinking as well. Was there new I use? Yeah. It have children? No. A side thread of sorts. I don't know the specifics of how it works. I just know like even if it's millions of operations, if it's on the GPU and it's like simple math, it's no problem. It runs on the GPU since it's a graphics processing card. Yeah, exactly. So like code, which is used for many calculations, such as let's say that I set up the crosshair here, or with different sizes and put it on the screen, or if I that is just done once, right? Or if I even operations that is done quite frequently, like calculating players' movement, those are actually run on the CPU. Like all of these scripts are run on the CPU. But then there's a lot of like smaller tasks that the GPU handles, like the coloring of objects, rendering and stuff. Sorry to ask, but why are you ChatGPT for coding if you want to learn it? It seems counterproductive to let a machine do your work when you want to learn to code. Well, it depends how you use it, right? I've created like scripts purely with ChatGPT before that I then used like 2 to 4 hours to like go through and reread and learn to understand how it works. And after I did that, I was able to like write similar pieces for myself. And another thing is shaders are actually a different language than GDScript. So when I write the scripts here, this is GDScript. But if you look at like a shader, you see here there are completely different syntax. The problem of programming is not how to script, but the way you want scripts to look. It can give you a good basis to go off, I suppose. Yeah. It is true that the look is very important, readability, things like that. And then there's also the issue of like, if the task is rather simple,